Hi guys, this is Dr. Aeronautics. Today we are introducing the most ambitious adventure that I have ever done on screen. We're going to fly a P-38 Lightning across the entire Pacific Ocean. Just a little bit of background, when I purchased P3D, I found that the simulation came with a freeware P-38 Lightning. The P-38 was always my favorite plane to fly in Fighter Ace 2, mainly because it had the highest speed rating, but it also has this really cool forked tail. Now, Prepper 3D is, of course, a much higher fidelity simulation, so, of course, I fell in love with it again, to an entirely new dimension. Around the same time, I was watching the original Thor Heyerdahl film titled Kon-Tiki, which reminded me of times playing Silent Hunter 4, the loneliness that was the South Pacific, albeit a lot more hostile 6 years before the film was recorded. I imagine the P-38 is the air complement to the submarine. That's when I started to turn the gears on this idea. But the P-38 was not a carrier plane. After hundreds of hours of characterizing the plane's capabilities, I found that it was just able to make the island hops across the Pacific along one route, if the winds were blowing right. So why all the fuss? I am doing this journey using 1940s navigation. And in case you haven't noticed, the P-38 Lightning has a 4-channel comm radio, which can really be used for takeoffs, landings, and coordination with other aircraft. It has no navigation radios, at least by default. Nowadays, it would have to. But back in the 40s, which is when I'm simulating this, it did not have such a thing. If you wanted to navigate over long distances, you would fly with a bomber that did. But I'm not going to. I'm doing this alone. We have no nav radio, no GPS, no debug screen. That's this red doohickey up at the top that tells you your fuel level, your latitude and longitude, and what the winds are doing. No weather aloft. Other than my research that I've done beforehand, which means over water, solely navigation by the stars. So we're going to take a look at the map now, and the map shows you every leg that we're going to do. We're going to take off from the city of Townsville in Queensland, Australia. We're going to fly the first leg to Papua New Guinea at Port Moresby, and then from there we're going to go to Guadalcanal, and then from there to Vanuatu. And please let me know if I'm pronouncing these names wrongly, because I am not at all familiar with this part of the world, and I'm trying to learn because it's beautiful. Next on the leg is Fiji. We'll be flying into Nadi International, which is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's Vitulevu, the island. From Fiji, we're going to head to Tonga, and then from Tonga to Niue, then to Rarotonga, and then from there to Tahiti, who Thor Heyerdahl remarked as the Pearl of the Pacific, pretty much right in the middle. But there's a difference between what's in the Eastern Hemisphere and what's on the Western Hemisphere. After that, we're flying a long way through French Polynesia all the way to Totagegi, and I believe that's an error. There should be no R between the O and the T. That's the airport of Totagegi, and it is on the atoll of Mangariva. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. And then that's where the music stops. In a very nice horror movie, you'll have music and everything is okay, and then when the music stops, you know something's about to happen. So what's about to happen? Well, if you look at the map, those little black circles represent tiny little islands that we can actually use to navigate, if we can see them, if they're above the horizon. You'll notice after Totagegi, there is one, and then nothing, all the way to Easter Island. So my point is, that leg is the first time where we are hard-pressed to use celestial navigation between Totagegi and Easter Island, because we're going to be flying 1,000 miles or so without being able to see land, and we have to get the flight path right to plus or minus 10.5 degrees. If we don't get the flight path correct within plus or minus 10.5 degrees, we will sail past Easter Island, run out of fuel, be lost, and forced to ditch in the middle of the Pacific, which is a really bad idea. Okay, so from Easter Island, otherwise known as Isla de la Pascua, as well as Rapa Nui, we're going to continue on to Isla Robinson Crusoe. And that is totally open water, with the sole exception of Isla Alejandro Selkirk, who actually inspired the novel of Robinson Crusoe. So Alejandro Selkirk got marooned on that island and learned to live off the land because a bunch of goats had been shipwrecked earlier, so he just became the goat eater and lived his life there. So the island Alejandro Selkirk was named after him, and the island Robinson Crusoe was named after the novel that was written in name of him, which is really cool. And then if we can make that is totally open water. There are no islands in that entire segment that we can see. There is a blue water distance of 1,428 miles that we have to make using celestial navigation alone, or we are going to miss Alejandro Selkirk. If we can find Alejandro Selkirk, we'll be able to find Robinson Crusoe. And then from there, it's about 350 miles to Concepcion in Biobío, Chile, South America. And at that point, our adventure is at an end. We have crossed the entire Pacific if we can accomplish that feat. Okay, this is a master table of all the legs that we are going to do. I have the leg number. There are 12 of them. The starting archipelago, the island, and the airport. In the event of a archipelago, I simply put the continent. And you might be asking, because we go slightly northwest to New Guinea, why the fuss of even starting from Australia if we're going northwest? Well, the idea is that I want to go from continent to continent. No seas, and that basically covers the entire Pacific, as well as aprons that you could possibly assign to it on either side. Okay, after that you see dist to next. Dist to next basically tells you the non-flight planned route of a straight line great circle in statute miles. So you can see the leg that we're about to embark on today is nothing compared to the ones that we're going to be doing in the future. The blue water distance at 30,000 feet represents the maximum comfortable viewing distance to the horizon, and whatever delta might exist at that time to actual land sighting. This means that there will be 79 statute miles on our journey today where we cannot see land at any time. But we're still going to take celestial observations out the wazoo using the sun, just so that we get used to using a sight. It's not or taking a sight and getting a line of position. I am learning as I go. I am not an expert at this, although I've probably done about 200 hours worth of research in this. So I'm seriously ready to go. But it is not necessary for this flight, really, and it's not necessary all the way out until really Tahiti, and then things start getting crazy. The next aiming half angle represents the greatest cross track in degrees that we can get from our intended great circle route and still be able to sight land. Obviously, if the distance is 0, it's 90 degrees, because we can go straight left or straight right, but we'll still be able to see land the whole time, at least for some distance. Note that the scariest leg is from Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe. We have an angle of 4.9 degrees. That means we can stray 4.9 degrees to the left to 4.9 degrees to the right. Any more than that stray, and we will not spot Alejandro Selkirk. And just a note that I have active winds aloft, which means that we're going to be pushed around even if I maintain the heading, which means I need to keep track of what the winds are doing. And I should note, too, that our range at Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe is dependent on the wind. If the wind is not blowing and I fail to identify this in time, we will run out of fuel before we reach Robinson Crusoe. And we might become another Alejandro Selkirk on Alejandro Selkirk. There is no runway on Alejandro Selkirk. There is no flat area on Alejandro Selkirk. If we cannot make Robinson Crusoe, we would have to ditch off of Alejandro Selkirk. The best altitude represents the balance between low and high altitudes. I like low altitudes because it's easier to keep the plane aloft and we can maintain a greater fuel range at lower altitudes. But there comes a point where you want to sight land, so you choose a higher altitude. You can see that because there's only 79 miles, we can't see the horizon. At 15,000 feet, that's not a problem. So we'll just do 15,000 feet, and if for some reason we get lost, we can go up to 25,000 and we'll be able to see just fine. So unless there's a great distance between islands, we don't have to go up high. Now, towards the second half of the journey, after Niue, that's when we're getting serious about distance between islands. And we need the full 30,000 feet that we can get out of this plane. We can go higher, but we get a fuel penalty the higher we go above 30,000 feet, because by that point we would have reached the critical altitude of our turbo superchargers. And the maximum altitude that this plane can reach is somewhere between, let's just say it's somewhere above 35,000 feet. That's where I've tested it. I don't want to go there unless I have to go there. So we're going to use 30,000 as the maximum. Anything more than that is contingency. The maximum ocean depth represents the deepest in feet that the planned flight path will fly over. The shading, light blue, indicates that the bottom is in the abyssal zone of the ocean. The light green represents that it is in the baffle zone. And the dark blue represents that we are over hadal zones. And I like to do that just to see if we ditch and the plane goes under, how far it has to sink. You'll note that we pass over the Tonga Trench, the second deepest trench in the entire planet, with a forecasted maximum depth after leaving Tonga of 32,173 feet. That's not the maximum depth of the trench. That's the depth that I actually expect to see under the plane at some time. Now the next column, speed profile, shows you the type of speed that our plane is allowed to fly. The speed regime, there's 5 of them, basically has to do with how quickly your flight goes, balancing with how much fuel you're burning. So at a speed profile of 1, we're going really fast as the engine will allow us to go. But it also means that we're burning tons of fuel. So on the shorter distances, this makes sense and is acceptable. But on the longer distances, it is suicidal. So you'll notice that from Totagegi to Easter Island and from Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe, we're using speed profile of 5. 5 is just barely staying aloft so that your engines are using as little as you possibly can, and you're just riding along with the winds as you go. Today we'll be using a speed profile of 2, which means that our engines will be revved up quite a bit, even in cruise. The time of flight estimate is how long we estimate the time of our flight based on that profile. And I'm happy to report that 2.1 hours is very accurate. I'm forecasting 2 hours, 4 minutes, which is a 2-minute deviation from that time estimate. And the net leftover range with no reserves represents how much extra range we have even after that speed profile. You'll notice that nothing is smaller than roughly 300 miles. Until you get to Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe. So basically what I'm saying there is if we missed the destination and kept flying, that's how many miles we had until we would actually run out of fuel, and that's not counting the reserves that we have extra fuel. And that's also not factoring in the winds. We have a special chart for that. Okay, so I mentioned that we're going to be using celestial navigation, and what I would typically be doing is using the United States Naval Almanac through the Naval Observatory to get this information. But their website is going through an update, which means it is down, and it also means that with the pandemic, it has not been able to really be worked on. So it's been down forever, and to get my star information, I'm going to be using Skyview Cafe, which is a free Java-based, well, it might not be Java anymore because it doesn't ask you to enable Java. It is a free website, and I haven't seen any advertisements on it yet, which is really nice. And it allows you to generate star charts and ephemerides, as well as view the moons of gas giants and the orbits of planets around the solar system. I find it very useful for Orbiter 2010, and I also am going to be using it to find azimuths and elevations of stars. So you'll notice in the picture that I have right here, I am showing you the location settings for what I anticipate to be top of climb today after we take off from the city of Townsville. And I put in my latitude and longitude, and I read out, as well as the time, and then I read out an altitude and azimuth of where I am, and then we plug that into the bubble sextant, which I'm going to show in just a couple minutes. And we can use that to determine our position to within some degree, because we can only use the sun during the day. Okay, what's up on the screen now is from windy.com. Windy.com is a free or paid for web service which basically compiles a whole bunch of information about the weather, literally everything, and compiles it to a single place. There are so many layers that you have to actually search the database for things to add. This is how I'm getting the winds aloft for planning purposes only. Once I take off, I do not get to use it because that would be cheating. There is no weather service out over the ocean in the 1940s. I'm also using it for METARs, information at the weather that I'm using for my nav log. And To get the weather into the simulator, I'm using a program called FSRealWX Pro, which pairs with Prepper3D and imports the data from the internet real time. So this is actually updating, which means the longer we wait, the more it deviates from my actual plan. Okay, this is my navlog for today. You'll notice that it basically has all the different points. I'm not going to explain every one because navlogs generally are the same. What I will explain are the differences between a typical navlog and this one. You'll notice that you see Townsville YBTL, and the YBTL is based on the ICAO identifier. Under that, you'll see TOC with a latitude and longitude. And TOC means top of climb. That is a waypoint. The waypoint is where we're going to be taking the first sighting of the sun. Following that, you'll see TOC 1, which is 1 hour after top of climb. That is the next waypoint that I am seriously concerned with our position. And we will definitely get another point, or another location off the sun if we can. And then we have LOPI, which stands for LOP intercept, or line of position intercept. So when you plan stellar navigation, generally what you would do is you would plan intentionally offsetting to one side, roughly 1/10 the distance. And then what you would do is you would aim to line up the azimuth of an object that you're shooting with the base. So you have a dedicated heading. And basically what you do is you continue taking sights off of that line of position until you have an intercept. That is when you take based on an azimuth, and when that azimuth is centered, then you turn on the position. And this is to aid in landfall in accuracy. Now, it's during the day, which means we can act as if we were going to do it, but we're not really going to do it. We are offsetting to one side, and we are going to take line of positions, and we are going to turn based on when we see the sun, but it's not going to be in the direction that we would normally. Again, just trying to do everything as if it really, really mattered. We're flying during the day, but for the longer segments, we will fly at night, and we will be aiming to arrive at the LOP intercept just before sunrise, so that we can pick up an LOP, and then by the time we get to the airport, it will be light out, making it easier to see. And then you have BOD, which is beginning of descent, and then the last, obviously, is the Port Moresby Airport. Altitude is 15,000 feet the whole way. I got the weather information from windy.com. I got the information for true airspeed from the POH, as well as my 100 hours worth of research or so that I did. Flying the plane. I have weather information. We're going to be doing full fuel tanks and 165-gallon booster tanks, which I'm going to keep on the airplane because I want to carry those with me the whole way, because it's going to screw up the fuel calculations if we drop them. As well as airport information, but it is extremely unlikely that we're going to use that because, like I said, no radio. Okay, here is my celestial chart. This is where I'm filling in information from the stars that I take. You'll notice that I already have it pre-filled as the sun because we're flying during the day. And I have altitude and azimuth already calculated for top of climb, because when I reach the top of climb, whenever I do that, I'm going to take the sighting, and we're going to figure out where the actual top of climb was. But we have to use an assumed position, and that's where that altitude and azimuth comes from. And then we're going to determine the delta between the azimuth to absolutely nail the sight. We also have to note which time we took the sight, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I want to take sights every 30 minutes. It might not work out because the amount of information that I have to do in a plane that has no autopilot is going to make things very difficult. And there comes a balance between doing too much navigation and not enough aviation, in that the plane could stray off track. And even though I could get super accurate on where the plane was 10 minutes ago, in doing so, I might find that I've just majorly messed up whatever accuracy I had gained. And of course, I mentioned that I was concerned about fuel. So here is a World War II style fuel chart that is created in Excel. When I fly the Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe leg, I am going to use real paper and pencil. As a matter of fact, I have a number of chart tools out right now. I have a plotter, a divider, a real slide rule, an actual slide rule that's used for mathematical calculations. I also have triangles and an E6B flight computer, the one that I use in real life. So the chart here, how you read it, is the headline, which is the diagonal going from lower left to middle right, is how we expect the plane to burn through the fuel. The full tank line is where the fuel starts from. That's the orange line at the bottom. The reserve fuel line is the flat line up near the top, and that represents where we start cutting into reserve fuel. And the purple line represents the dry tank line. That's where we lose the engines and become a glider. Now, like I said, we have a short leg and we're going at a high speed, so we're burning through fuel quickly, but you can see we come nowhere near reserves. So we're fine. Now you'll notice that there's 3 lines sloping down from the top left to the bottom right. Those represent what happens if we turn the plane around and try flying back to Australia in this case. So we have a 1-engine return line, which basically says that if you pass that line, you cannot go back to Australia on 1 engine. Then we have the safe return line. That's for 2 engines if you want to turn back to Australia. And then you have the no return line. If you pass the no return line, you are not returning to Australia no matter what. It doesn't occur until we're really over Papua New Guinea, so there's not that much of a concern this flight. But on the later ones in the Western Hemisphere, it gets really, really scary. Like, in other words, you don't have a safe 1-engine to either airport, and you're relying on both engines, and you're about 1/3 of the way through the distance, and you've passed through the point of no return. Yeah, so not very stressful today, but we're going to get there eventually. And for charting, I'm using Google Earth. Google Earth provides the best way to determine all the different terrain, as well as plot out my individual points that I need. And there you can see are my points. Townsville, TOC 1, line of position intercept, beginning of descent, and Port Moresby. Now, you might be saying, well, you should be using 1940s charts, and there's 2 things I have to say to that. One, what you see in the simulator is not going to be modeled after 1940s. It's going to be modeled after roughly 2010, because that's when FSX, which is the base for Prepper 3D, came out. So I need to be using something that's at least up to date. And 2, the massive 300-page World War II navigation manual, which I read cover to cover and took notes on, and that alone took me 100 hours to read because it was thick with material, said to use the latest charts. So I have been told by a manual that is over 80 years old to use Google Earth because it's the latest. It's the latest in charts, at least in terms of acceptable charts. I know about SkyVector, and I would like to use SkyVector. In fact, that's where I get my airport information from. The problem with SkyVector is you print it out. You can't print out a Mercator. And the thing about a Mercator is a great circle is a straight line. So that's a little bit unfortunate. So hence we're using Google Earth for this. Okay, so back in the plane now. This is Townsville. We'll be taking off shortly. We can go ahead and talk about the bubble sextant now. So I originally wanted to leave today, but there was a cyclone, so yeah, that's not happening. In fact, that's why the weather looks so great right now, is because a cyclone just came through like literally yesterday. We will probably see some of the remnants, and there are some thunderstorms out there that we'll have to watch out for over the, I believe it's a Coral Sea. We'll have to watch out for that. So I have it configured for shift 4, and it differs all the time. This is the bubble sextant. This is what allows us to navigate across the ocean. I'm not going to spend time doing this because it's not a tutorial, and I'm no expert on this. I'm going to try to become one on this adventure, but I am not now. But basically the idea is, if I go back to my chart for celestial navigation that I showed just a few minutes ago, and I start putting in information, pre-filling from the top of climb, right? We said that the top of climb was at south 18 degrees 45 minutes, and our longitude is going to be plus lots of scrolling 146 degrees and 49 minutes. You can only go up to the latest 5 minutes, so we'll just say 50 minutes. And then our azimuth of the star is going to be, we're going to set that to, from the chart here, 109 degrees 25 minutes. So the way this sextant works is you just have to get close enough and it will work. You'll notice that I'm actually going to reload the simulation because we're after our departure time. So don't worry about that. That's from the nav log. But anyway, and the sun isn't even at this position right now. But the bubble sextant doesn't care. It's going to show the sun as if it's at the azimuth. So this azimuth thing is really to just demonstrate where you would actually be taking the elevation, but from what I understand, it's not important. And you'll notice that you can't adjust the elevation. You actually have to use the real scroll wheels that you would use in real life. And we're at 5 degrees. You can only go by 2 degrees and 1 minute. And you can only do 5 minutes, but you can also get this is where you get your 1 degree precision. So we'll just go down to 5 and 0. And it doesn't matter anyway, because the sextant is only accurate to about 5 miles because the plane is flying. And you'll see when the plane flies, let's see, the sun would be roughly there. So we would want to take the site right about where we are here in real life. It's only accurate to 5 miles because the plane is bouncing the whole time, and this is simulated. So what I can do now is take the site, and you'll notice a little bit of a bubble there. And what we do is we average out the fine elevation knob until the bubble spends about as much time above that circle as below it. And that gives us our position. So if I'm correct, this is actually going to tell us where we are east-west relative to the airport right here. It takes about 1 minute to perform a site. So it takes about a minute of averaging, and then the site closes. So I think we have things averaged out right about here. And hopefully we'll get a reasonable estimate for our longitude. And of course, we would have to note our shot time, which is, as you see there, the GMT time. It was at 0538 GMT, which is what I'm going to be using for the flight. And we do have a clock in the plane, which is pretty nice. Oh, of course, the simulation is paused. Ugh. Oh boy. All right, let's try closing the site manually by clicking the button here. There we go. Okay, we got an offset of 10 nautical miles, and that's in the direction of the azimuth. So what I'm going to do now is go over on Google Earth and plot this out. So now that we're on the ground, I've just taken my first practice site. We've assumed that we were at the top of climb point. So, and we got a distance offset of 10 nautical miles. The azimuth was 109 degrees. And I'm just going to draw this out from where I am now. And then what you do is you turn the outer edge flush with the line at 90 degrees. The actual line of position, which is going to be, let's see, 19 degrees. I think I did this wrong. We're going to go 10 nautical miles at 109. And then we're going to transform this to, 19 degrees. Okay. I got a line of position. Now, I know our actual position, so I don't need to take a second sight. That's not going to happen when we're flying. But it allows me to demonstrate that it's working. So now if I draw a line from there to where I am now, we're 3 nautical miles off. So we've actually demonstrated that our longitude is what I believe it to be. So we're good. Anyway, that's how it's done. That's how my navigation is done. And that's the journey. So let's start our first leg. Hey guys, Dr. Aeronautics from the editing room. Just a quick note about this video. It turned out to be a real mess in terms of celestial navigation, and there is one shot at top of climb, and that's it. If you want to do a better learn with me start, see the leg 2 video. The cause was basically an unstable simulation of the plane. It caused a continuous crash to desktop, which even necessitated that I change actual planes because of the instability. The new plane simulation was not edited to provide a bubble sextant before the flight, and therefore I had no access to it. This is fixed in later legs. There was also no time, due to weather reasons, to edit the config file. So why didn't I redo the whole thing? Well, because I'm doing this hardcore. Whatever happens, happens. I can't magically teleport back. If we ditch, that's the end of it. So with that, sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight. And don't forget to buckle up. Okay, guys, here we are at our airplane. We have a P38J F51, which is really a F5E in that it carries, it's reconnaissance aircraft and carries cameras instead of guns. So I've got the bay door open where you can see. So we're at the fuel box, as we will be on every journey where we begin and end a leg. This is Townsville. So with that said, we've got 30 minutes to break release time. So we need to get started now. I'm only going to go through this section in maybe this one and the longest scary leg, just to show you guys and then show it's done. So I'm just going to go through pre-flight real quick. Pilot cover removed, tires inflated, struts extended, and I've updated this this checklist to match the POH, by the way. So this is not the default one. Nose wheel, check the direction. Okay, we're straight. Cowling fasteners. Let's just give it a quick once over here. Secure, and we do have the battery door open. back there. Obstructions cleared. Yeah, we're gonna have to reverse. Baggage compartment. You can't actually open the baggage compartment, but if you see the battery, there's like a little door in the back where you can see a black area. That is that's the battery, and there's another door just like it in this boom, and that's the baggage compartment. So, fuel tank's full. So this is where we can climb on top of the airport, and for the one and only time, check the debug screen. And I dip my finger into the tanks and find fuel, which means that we are full. Okay, no more cheating. Then you check the dive fillet clearance, which is up at the top. What we're looking for is that black area, the distance between the black area and the window, and I can't see it, which means we're good. Okay, hopping into the cockpit now. Seat secure. I actually have to secure my own seat because it goes back in the same way an aircraft does as well. My headset is connected. We're going to close all doors now. So we're going to close, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and windows are coming up. Canopy closed and locked. Flight controls, check. Okay, flight controls are working. Rudder pedals are adjusted. Trim tabs set 0, 0, and 3 degrees back. Okay, we are good there. Fuel selectors, we're going to turn those to all, even though in real life it would go to reserve. That part, unfortunately, is not simulated with this aircraft. You only have left, right, all, or off, which is, again, not realistic. Okay, fuel boost pumps, they're off. Trim bomb selectors on. And we want the switches on safe. This is so if there's an emergency, we can drop them on takeoff. They are full of fuel, so we want to do that, hopefully not over any populated areas. And they're carrying needed fuel for our journey, so I really don't want to cut them off. Okay, arming switches are in safe. Throttle. Cracked. Okay. Prop governor full forward. Propeller switches are both in automatic. Mixture control is set to idle cutoff. Clock set. We can use our bubble sextant here, 1942.50. 42.50. Yes, that's correct for Australia. It's a lot of hours difference. Okay, gun switch. Gun switch is off. That's this cannon thing. Okay, wing flaps up and, well, that's not up, that's closed. Whoops. Go up. There we go. And check the, there it is. The flap indicator is just to the bottom of the turn coordinator. You can see that demonstrates that they are up. And since I should do this in real life, to manually check, yes, the flaps are up. Okay. Parking brake, we're going to set that. You can set it by clicking the, there we go. Okay, parking brake set. Night flying checks. We are not flying at night, so I'm going to skip this step. So we're going to go to the starting engines. Again, going to keep moving because that takeoff time's coming. If we don't hit it, we're not flying today. Battery switch on. It's that serious. Left engine magneto to both. Left, right, both. Let's see where we are. Fuel booster pump on. prime pull if cold, so we're going to prime the engine there, and we're going to engage the starter, and we'll go to auto rich. Okay, we have an engine light going to auto rich. Okay, we're coming up. I want to go to 1000 RPM, which is just about 12 inches manifold pressure. Don't go by this RPM gauge here, because it says 1600, but if I mouse over it, it's really 1200, as you can see there. Okay, so we're good. Oil pressure is registering. Fuel booster pump off. Alright, so now I'm going to do a left hydraulic pump check. We're going to try to put the flaps down. We're going to note the amount of time. You can see the hydraulic pressure right now is about, what is that, 25 psi. So I'm going to put the flaps down. 2, 3, 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. So we're going to hope that it's half the time later on. Feather switches test. So we'll turn that on and off. They don't really work well in Prepper 3D. I don't know exactly why that is. Inverter is not really simulated, so it's shown as an inertial separator, which actually makes flying difficult, so I'm not going to turn that on. Fuel gauges check. Here they are. Full, 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 full. And we don't have any information at how much fuel is in the drop tanks. We just won't know until it starts ticking down. That's why I do the fuel chart. So guys, the point of no return on the Robinson Crusoe leg will happen before we can even tell what our actual fuel level is. I am so excited for that. Okay. Oh, I skipped down. Whoops. Okay. Magneto, left, right. Come on. It's not working for some reason. Oh, there we go. Right, both. Okay. I missed the left generator. Oh, that's on. Okay, right generator is on. Fuel boost pump right on. Prime. Starter engage. Okay, engine is light, advancing to auto rich. Okay, throttle is at 1000 RPM, and we've got fuel pressure, oil pressure, but fuel pressure too. Fuel booster pump off. Cool. I like how that's simulated. You can actually see the fuel pressure coming back. Okay, after starting, feather left test, feather right test, like I said, they don't really work. Inverter switch, we're going to skip that. Fuel gauges, we checked. Oil temperature, we're going to check that's at 40 psi. Yes, yes. And oil pressure, check 75 psi. This usually goes up a little bit with more gas, so we're good if we throttle up a little bit here. And then let's see, fuel pressure is 16 to 18. We're right around there. Hydraulic pressure, we want to check 11 to 1400. It's a little bit higher, but a little bit low right now. It will go into the green range if I add more gas, so we're good. And I did skip the second check, so we're going to do the flaps and note the operation is half the time. So we're expecting 2 seconds. 1. Wow, even less. Perfect. Well, that tells us that our hydraulic system is working good. The last thing we're going to do before we taxi is we're going to put these coolant shutters full open so that the now that we've reached the minimum temperatures, We want the system to be able to like breathe and stuff. So at this point, I'm going to release the parking brake and ask the kind Australians to push us back from the gate, or the the parking thing at this point. So I need to bring up our. I need to bring up the plate here, and I need to figure out where the heck I am, because I actually don't know right now. I want runway number 1. I see a helipad. I guess I probably should have figured out where we are. Oh, okay, we're plenty back now. Okay, let's start taxiing. So we're gonna come up to about 25. We'll just test the brakes here. Okay, brakes are working. Check the instruments. So heading indicator, turn coordinator are working. Compass is working. That's about all we can do here. Let's see. Alright, we're heading south. So if we head south, we will eventually get to the southern end of the airport, which is where I want to be. If I look and find an intersection, that will tell us where we are. Hopefully we're doing alright on time. It looks like we're at minutes 50, and wheels up is at... I should get my blockout time. 1950. That's half our time right now is gone. So I think we're okay, but we better not get this taxi wrong. Alright, so I'm going to slow down and we'll pause for a minute here. Alright, so we're on Delta 1 and we're at the intersection with Alpha 3. And we want to turn left. So Delta 2 is ahead. Yeah, we're going to turn left. And on my Robinson Crusoe leg, I'm going to absolutely choreograph taxi, so that once we fill up, it's like run to the runway, and then just go, because every pound that we burn on the ground is a pound that we can't use towards our destination. Okay, I believe we're on Alpha 3 now. Yay, we're on Alpha 3 and we're heading south. So we're in the direction we need to go. We're looking for Alpha 1 now. And for maximum loneliness, I decided that I am going to not simulate traffic, you know, because there's not really that much traffic out there in the Pacific and the 40s. So I guess you can imagine that, you know, I have some special roll of film and I have to deliver it back, but we don't want to do it in a bomber because we don't want to gain suspicion. And, you know, maybe the Battle of the Coral Sea is going on, and, you know, I'd have to, you know, look out for that kind of stuff. Anyhow, I think this is our turn here. I think I can see REIL lights, so that's a good sign. When we get to the taxiway, I'm going to save. Unfortunately, the one thing that I do not like about this P38 is it is unstable as crap. And when I say unstable, I mean like it crashed desktop unstable. Okay, there's a hold short line. Alright, this is normally where we would get takeoff clearance. Now, I would look to the tower, and the tower would flash a light at me. That means I can take off. But that's not going to happen this time, because that's unfortunately not simulated. So, I think that's 01. Yeah, that's 01. Okay. Think about my save. P38 Polynesia Expedition. Leg 1, save 1. Okay. We're good to go. If the simulation crashes, we can come right back here and recover. Okay, before takeoff checklist. Canopy locked, side windows closed with ratchets on. Rudder and aileron trim are 0, 0, and 3 back. Fuel selectors are set to all. Booster pumps, both are on. And I don't do that all the time just because it's kind of, that noise is really annoying. So I'll probably only do it this leg. Bomb selectors on, switches safe. It wouldn't be that loud in real life. Prop governors full forward. Propeller switches both in automatic. Mixture control set to auto rich. Heading indicator we're going to set to the magnetic compass. Compass is reading, what's he reading? He's reading about 281. Okay, we are set. Let's see here. Vacuum, we want to check to make sure that we have at least 4 inches of vacuum. I have to reset the view and dip. Yep, we're good. Okay, generator switches. Both on. Coolant shutters closed for flight. Now, in real life, there would be an automatic, an automatic control taking care of that, but it's not simulated, so I'm going to close it now. Generator switches both on. Coolant shutters closed. Dive flaps up. Forget where the I think it's a switch on the column there, but they look like spoilers. Yeah, they're up. Wing flaps are up and closed. We only use them for short runways, and this is not a short runway anyway. It's over 2 kilometers long. Wing flaps are up and closed. Landing lights as desired. It's daytime. World War II fighters don't really use lights during the day, so I'm going to skip that. All right, we're going into our engine run-up. It's just checking the time. Yeah, we're still doing all right on time. Okay, so we're going to let's see. I don't get this wrong. Put the park and brake on, and we're going to bring the left throttle up to 2300 RPM, which is generally 27 inches of manifold. Right about there. Magnetos check. We are in both. Left, right, left, both. Good. Okay. Prop governor, we're at full forward. We're going to set for a 200 RPM reduction. Comes back and goes back up. Good. Tachometer is back up to 2300. Ammeter, we're going to check that it is reading under 50 amps, and it's good. And the voltmeter is not simulated, so we're not going to check it. Throttle back to 1000 RPM, and lather, rinse, repeat on the right engine, back up to 2300 RPM. We're in both. Left, right, left, both. Left, both. And we're going to bring the propeller governor back. Good. And back up again. And that has an L on it. That really should read R for the right engine. That's kind of messed up on that gauge. Oh, this This model is not perfect, but I really love it, especially for the sounds. Oh my gosh, the sounds are amazing. Okay. Prop governor full forward, tachometer shows 2300 RPM once again, or at least what would be 2300. Ammeter is showing under 50, and we can't check our volts DC or AC, but yeah. Okay. Throttle 1200 RPM, which is right around there. And we're good. So now we're to the takeoff checklist. Okay. I'm going to bring up my nav log at this point. This is where stuff gets really critical. We're taking off at 20:06 Zulu, which means we have just about 6 minutes. I'm going to wait just a little bit longer before we taxi onto the runway. And I'm not going to simulate waiting. So we'll pick up in a few. Okay, and remember, the time that's given is the time of brake release. So even though it's minutes 04, we need to be ready to release the brake in a takeoff roll at 06. Alright, so we're going to look left. We're going to look right. Oh, it looks like there might be a thunderstorm developing here. That doesn't look too good. Alright, we're going to roll forward now. Dang, what happened to my sky? Okay, we've got less than 60 seconds to go. Okay, we are lined up. And I can see the second hand there. And I'm not going to call the checklist off because I need to be calling off the seconds or I'm going to miss this. 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, brake release. Okay, there's 80 and 100 rotate. Okay, and we are up. You're up. And we're at the safe one engine flying speed here. Okay, we're going to turn to 006. That's where we're heading to. Climb to 15,000 feet. It looks like haze, really. Kind of weird. Alright. So here we're going to throttle back down and check our temperatures now. Everybody's good. Resuming the climb to 15,000. Okay, we're running a maximum performance climb this time. We're going to run the engines harder than normal today. So 44 inches. We're going to bring the propellers back to about 2,700 RPM, which is where the incorrectly indicating red line would be placed. We want 165, so I'm going to pitch down just a little bit. Correct our heading here. There she is, guys. We're over water. That is a continent, and we're going to see our next continent in 10,500 miles. Man, that's almost like a number that you'd hear on another planet, like Neptune or something that's even bigger. Okay, engine instruments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all healthy. Trim is set. Of course, I forgot to put boost pumps back on. Oh well, I don't like hearing them anyway. Landing lights, we never turn those off. We're not using recognition lights because we're on our own. Climb continues above 12,000 feet. Again, I'm not turning the fuel boost pumps back on. It's so... Oh boy. Hey guys, we're back. That was bad. This plane crashes to desktop a lot, but man, I could, like, my next item probably on the climb checklist was we should go ahead and save. Couldn't even make it to that. So anyway, we are climbing through 3,300 feet or 15,000 feet. Maximum performance climb. Once we get above 12,000 feet, we want to check to make sure that we're going to skip the fuel boost pumps, but we're going to check our oil pressure, make sure that that's still up. And then there's a doohickey that you can't see right now because of our position, and that is the blinker. And the blinker basically shows you when your oxygen mask is taking oxygen. So that's just it's a visual check to reaffirm that we're getting oxygen. We don't care about it until 12,000 feet because, air. The first thing I'm going to do when I get to the top of climb is get us stable at 15,000 feet, and then I'm going to note the time, and we're going to go to town on sighting the sun. Looks like it's just hazy. I think I was concerned that it was cloudy or something. And you'll notice that you can't see Papua New Guinea, but if we look back, you can see Australia, no problem. So that's what I was talking about. We're going to lose Australia, and then there will be 87 miles where it's like this. And guys, without the sun, this is literally all we have for navigation. And we got no autopilot, which means that it's up to me to keep the wings level. Okay, while our climb is underway, we're going to go ahead and set the star positions now. So our assumed position from the flight plan is going to be south 18 degrees, 45 minutes, and then longitude is going to be 146, 46 east. azimuth of the sun is going to be 109 degrees, and our elevation is going to be 5 degrees 1 minute. Okay, so we should be set up for our sight now. All we got to do is wait. The other thing I need to do is bring up my information from POH, and at 15,000 feet we want to do 2,400 RPM and a manifold pressure of 37. Okay, I think we have 12,000 feet at this point. So I'm going to do the extra checks. Oil pressure, we want to make sure that that is above 100. Yes, we're good. And the other thing, we want to check the blinker. Okay, that's working. We're getting oxygen. I'm going to try to be as quick as I can with this when we reach our altitude. I'm going to use the sun to try to check our course. We can't check our speed, like our ground speed, but we can check whether or not we're left or right of course with the sun. Okay, we're at 14,000 feet. Okay, coming up on 15,000, so we're going to pitch down. We're going to pull back to 37, and we're going to bring prop down to 24. Guys, I don't know what's going on today. She is really feisty. We just had our second crash. So trying again, for leveling off at 15,000, we're going to pull back to 37 inches of manifold pressure, and we're going to set our RPM down to 2,400. Now I'm going to set the trim to keep us level as we accelerate. We're almost there. I'm going to check our instruments. They're looking good, except I'm going off course. And fuel gauges, well, we can't really check them, but we can monitor. We've been up for like 15 minutes. And position update, so this is it. We just got to level off. Okay, I think we're good. Oh shoot. I forgot when I crashed, it does this. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We just got to put in the information. Right, where's this coming from? Man, it sucks. I had this perfect. Get all messed up. 18, 45, 146. 50. Okay, star position. It's going to be we missed our shot time, of course. If we didn't have to do this, we probably would have been all right. It's going to be 109 degrees. And elevation 5. Okay, we're going to take the shot now. And let's see, it's 1730. Seriously? It's supposed to know that this is the day. Normally what's supposed to happen is during the day you should be seeing like a sun. Maybe it's not enough in the day, but I can tell you, having just taken off, it's got to be on screen, so I'm guessing we're just lining up one of those stars. About right. Okay, so our offset is -5 nautical miles, and it was at 2018, and we're still at 30 degrees. And it looks like we've kept climbing too. It crashed in the middle of saving! Okay, guys, well, the good news is the, it seems as though the, game has taken the save point, but I'm dealing with an instability that is so terrible that I have to basically not trigger any cockpit tooltips or move the camera. I don't know what it is, but it seems like when you do a lot of cockpit tooltips by mousing over stuff, intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to crash the game. And the more you do it, it's like integration, right? The more you do it, the more it builds up, you know, to the point where you're always going to see this issue. So I can't do anything now. I would run a retake the site. Now the good news is we got an offset of -5 nautical miles. So I think we're going to have to just go with that and plot it. So if I offset now from 109 off of 5 degrees, that's going to put me a little bit east of the course, which is okay. Okay, so I've saved that off as a top of climb LOP. I'm not going to really worry about getting that corrected, because just 5 nautical miles off is not a cause enough for concern. When we get to Talk 1, we'll know more. But I need to make sure I'm flying compass heading 6 degrees, which I'm not doing right now. Okay, going back to my navigation procedures, we have the instrument scan, so I need to watch the heading indicator more, because clearly I'm not paying attention. Oh, duh. It's a compass. I'm heading the wrong way. That's why that's getting worse. Watch the airspeed indicator to make sure that we're about where we should be. And I'm getting this from World War II navigation notes. And watch for islands. Well, we might not have islands, but we definitely have Australia to the left, which I'm afraid to even look at for fear of triggering another crash. We don't have outside air temperature, unfortunately. That signals weather changes, but we're going to have to just use our eyes with the clouds. And what we can do is extend the track line. So we have a true of, going back to the nav log, we have a true of what we think is 347. So we hit talk at time 2017, and we are just about 8 minutes ahead. So in 8 minutes, at traveling at roughly 6 miles per minute, because I'm using miles per hour because that's what the gauge in the plane uses, and I am mindful that I need to convert nautical miles for our offset. We've got 6 miles per minute times 8 minutes. So we traveled 48 miles in the direction of that LOP that I took at the time. So, okay. That's just so I can plot my position in Google Earth. Drifting left again. So one thing that I can do with this plane is it has rudder trim and aileron trim that I can use, but I'm afraid to use it right now because I don't want to see another crash. In fact, I'm going to save right now. And you guys know it got so bad that I'm almost even afraid to save. Okay, we good? Good. Okay. I'm not going to use the procedures for a while, so let's close out of it. And now we're going to wait a full minute, and if we're still around, I'm going to look at Australia and see what that looks like. See if I can identify any landmarks there. And I realize we're not at 15,000 feet. I'm afraid to move the camera to see what our true altitude is, so just hang in there. I know we're above 16.5, so and you guys have to be asking yourself, why is he like a plane that is so buggy? I don't know what it is today. It's never been this buggy. Well, that's not true. It's been worse than this, but only once. Normally I can fly for an hour or two before I get a crash, and I'm saving every 10 or 15 minutes, so the crash is not that big a deal. Okay, I think we're safe. I she's disappearing pretty good. Alright, so we also have a 30-minute celestial observation that I want to get. That is scheduled for 2047. So we're about 15 minutes away from that. And that's just a simple course check. Alright, I have the guts now to move the camera. Okay, yeah, we're at 17 something. We're gonna pick up lots of speed in doing this. Because we're a fighter, we're designed to accelerate very quickly. We have a top speed of 414 miles an hour. Okay, almost ready to level off. Not quite yet. We're probably going to be ahead now for doing this, because in a turboprop, the higher you fly, the faster you go. That's true with just about any airplane, but the thing about the turboprop is because it's a supercharger, you're burning roughly the same amount of fuel per unit distance. What's changing is the speed that you're flying and the unit time burn of your fuel. Okay, we can level off now. And yeah, no autopilot, so we're going to have to be doing this. Now, once I get the plane trimmed out for cruise, it'll stay here forever. And the reason I haven't done this before now is because, well, two reasons. One, I'm afraid it's going to crash the game. And the other is because I was taking my sight. So we'll just play with it until we settle out speed-wise, and then I'll start adding some trim in. It looks like we want to pitch up, so I'm going to trim down. And now we want to go down, so I want to trim up. See, that's the problem, is there's only one way to deal with this, and that's to grab the trim wheel with the mouse wheel, which is, like I said, extremely dangerous because it's going to potentially crash the game. Alright, let's try again. We're going to save, and then this time we're going to adjust the trim. Hopefully this is working. Looks like she's settling out a little bit. The P38 is a foot flyer. Once you get her trimmed out, she just rides, and that's why I'm not making that big a deal about the autopilot. I mean, yes, it's annoying, and I have to steer, but as long as we get calm winds, well, when I say calm, I mean you know, turbulence. As long as turbulence is okay, I can just steer with my feet on the rudder pedals. Wow, I actually feel like things are at peace now. Things are nice and gentle. Now it looks exceptionally hazy, so I actually can't make out. Well, I might be able to just make out Australia. Okay, I think I have the guts to manipulate trim, so I'm gonna come over. Oh my gosh. Hey guys, you know how I said it gets worse? This is as bad as it gets. Turn it on, bring it up, load the save, and the save crashes before the world even loads. Okay guys, I really didn't want to do this, because, well, I'll explain why once I get the engine going here. I switched airplanes. There she goes. This is a lot more stable aircraft. We're not going to have an issue with the crashing, and I'll explain why I was against switching to this much better aircraft in just a few minutes. For one thing, it's because I don't have any procedures for this aircraft, and although it is a P38, it behaves differently than the other aircraft in how the simulation works. Oh my god. Where's the fuel booster pumps? I think I know what's going on. There it is. Both of these guys running? Yeah, it looks like it. Very strange behavior. Well, for one thing, if I go to, what is it? If I right click and do, there's a panel some way that you can get here. So if I try to select a panel, it's not possible to see it's not possible to see the wow, I'm just really blanking right now. It's not possible to see the bubble sextant, and that's because I haven't configured this airplane to use it. You have to modify the panel.cfg file. So that's one reason. Another reason is because I spent hundreds of hours in the other P38 characterizing its exact performance. So, you know, if you fly in real life, you'll know that there is a saying that says you don't plan to what the POH says, you plan to what your airplane does. So in other words, I am supposed to use my own airplane for the calculations. If it gets 330 knots and the POH says it can get 320 knots, guess what? I'm planning for 330 knots because that's how the plane does it. So that's one thing, is literally all the plans that I've made thus far are intending on using that aircraft. So yeah, and instead of a J, this is an L, P38L. But the only nice thing about it is that the simulation is more smooth. Now, don't worry about that. It's being destroyed by that cartoon horse thing. See, people were big into cartoon horses even back then. Okay, we're above 15,000 now, so let's try... I don't know how well this is going to work, but let's try 37. And 24. Now these gauges do read true, so I don't have to mouse over and make excuses for, oh, it's not like that in real life. I need to make sure that our generator switches are still on and stuff. I really messed around when I loaded this thing up, and I've never had this bad boy crash on me, so I'm going to assume that this is bulletproof, and I really hope that I'm right. Okay, that's on. Battery switch is on. I'm a little bit suspicious about one of these starters because I keep hearing it. Hopefully it'll stop now. Yeah, I think that did the trick. Well, as far as celestial navigation goes, today has been a complete disaster because I don't even know how this clock works. And without the bubble sextant gauge, there's no way I can get UTC. You have a second hand and you have a minute hand, but the thing that looks like it should be an hour hand never moves. I've never understood that. Maybe that's to say that the time is 23, but that doesn't make sense. We haven't been in the air long enough. Alright. I don't have checklists for this aircraft. And there aren't any. Oh, but you know what? I can borrow my checklists on my library computer. It's annoying because I have to look over at another computer, and not everything is going to work, and I'm going to be dumb about a lot of things here. Okay, throttles as desired. We want 37 inches of manifold pressure, we're there. We want 2400 RPM, so we're good. Trim is desired. It looks like we're still climbing, so I'm going to trim down a little bit. And we'll just see what happens. Instruments. Let's check our instruments. Okay. Coolant temperature's good. Carburetor air temperature's good. Fuel temperature, fuel pressure, and oil pressure. These gauges are a little bit different. I have to get used to that. And then we got some other gauges down here. What do we got here? Oh, amps are actually working. Generally, though, that indicates amps of discharge. But we've got... maybe it's because the AC generator, right? Yeah, turn that on. It's going to take a long time to get landing. Alright, trimming more down. Let's see. I'm not sure why we have a carburetor air temperature gauge. This plane is fuel injected. Wait a minute. No, it's carburetor, but the turbo supercharger, I believe, warms it, so we don't have to worry about that. So yeah, we've switched from a P38J to a P38L5. But I know it's unprofessional to switch planes in the middle of a simulation, but I think you guys probably enjoy what I just did. Because things are just... For the first time in this flight so far, I feel like I'm at peace. Alright, we just pitched up for some reason. Not exactly sure what's going on here. It's only 5C, so I'm not going to turn pilot heat on. Believe it or not, I actually find that I don't desire heat in aircraft until it gets down to -5. Let's make sure aileron boost is on. Yeah, that's the on position. Remember I was complaining about the fuel gauges? I think this one's fuel gauges actually are working as they're supposed to. So we have reserve. Now we also have an outer wing tank. That's new to the L. I'm gonna have to seriously redo my fuel calculations because this is just nuts. I'm also moving like way slower than the VOH is calling for me to. I think. Or wait a minute, no, it's because of how the diagram was set. Yeah, that's right. The other gauge was broken. I'm supposed to be getting a indicated of 267, and we're not. But we are at 17,000 feet, so. And that says we should get a true of 256, so that's probably what it is. Alright, so we need to descend a little bit, and I'm going to hide the menu bar now to clean things up. I think we're pretty much back in action. I'm going to save one more time just for good measure, but I think we're okay. And for folks that aren't exactly familiar with World War II and how things work, this is an American plane, and you can tell it's an American plane because of that bullet. The blue star with the white stripe, sometimes a red stripe, means USA. The reason we have swastikas painted on the side of the aircraft are because that symbolizes the amount of German planes that this plane has shot down. So in other words, we have shot 5 Nazi planes out of the sky. Hence the little buckaroo also bucking the heck out of that swastika. And I guess that guy is also... can't tell if he's shooting the swastika or not, but... the purpose of this plane was to kill Nazis. So don't worry about the fact that it has a swastika on the front. Alright, things are a lot different now, so I need to move my head around here and get used to the... doesn't that look like such a comfortable seat? Weird military stuff. It's nice, too, to be able to see the rivets and stuff. It's amazing that in a 400-mile-per-hour fighter, they're like, yeah, sure, rivets. Like, I know they really didn't have better metallurgy at the time, but it's really surprising. Okay, now we're down to about 16,000 here. Alright, let me try to do some math. So we did our celestial checkpoint at 2018, and we've been crashing ever since. So if I can take care of the hour hand, that would allow me to, like, again, the hour hand doesn't show for some reason, but I can keep track of the minute hand. So we're at minutes 48, so we've got to be at 2048. I think this is when I wanted to do the next celestial sighting. We lost our bubble sextant, and there's nothing I can do except in next episode. Next episode, I will have modified the panel.cfg file so that we will have the ability to use the bubble sextant again. Because if I had the bubble sextant, it'd be perfect right now. But it's not going to be that way. So we're without it, but like I said, you know, I'm learning. We're getting used to this. And yeah, we're just going to have to deal with things in the meantime. You know, maybe you consider this like a failure. It's a failure of simulation, but yeah, it really sucks. But on future flights, this should be a lot better. Set up a new view. Let's see what gauge is down here. It's the oxygen pressure. Is my blinker still working? Oh, you know what? I might be getting a little bit lightheaded. There we go. Oxygen flow on. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about for like the checklists. There is no step in my checklist to turn the oxygen on because, as you saw in the other one, it's just simulated as always on. And now we have to care about it. And maybe even we need to care about what our cylinder pressure is, you know, so we might run out of oxygen. Oh my god, could you imagine if we were at 30,000 feet beyond the no-go point and I run out of oxygen? Not good. And even worse, what if I don't even notice? Then what? Is that even simulated? That's the issue, is, you know, I'm in a bird that I've never prepared to fly across the Pacific, and that's a serious concern. You know, there's not really anything I can do about it. I'm trying to figure out what the perfect angle is here in the future. I think right there, because I don't need to see the gauge when it's high, just when it's low. I think we're good. Oh, that's nice. We have all these different panels that we can use. Let's put the yoke back in. It's not needed to see everything at once. I kind of like being able to see where my yoke is at. We got lots of nice views here too. Alright, let's see how our altitude is doing. Looks like we're at about 15.7 and holding, so I think this is where we want to be. We're still slow of what the POH says we should be, but, yeah, I don't know. We're at about 250. Should be getting a little bit more speed. 267. It's not too far apart, but that is close enough where if we're not going faster at higher altitude, that's going to make me concerned about Robinson Crusoe. So the only thing that we can do, guys, is try to estimate when we're going to see things. It looks like we lost our engine when we loaded the sim in, just because of how realistic the sim is. It expects that you start with the engine off. We were in the air, so we had to air start. So that was a little bit of fun, you know, having to, and good experience too, you know, restarting a both engine failure over the Coral Sea, you know, out of gliding distance to land. So that's something that is kind of nice. But what we can do is try to forecast when we're going to sight Papua New Guinea. It's 86 nautical miles at our current altitude is what I'm forecasting. So what we need to do is trace up from our current location, or our current expected location, at Point Tot, and we were there at 2017. So I need to solve a navigator's problem. This is the first navigator problem that I have to solve. Well, maybe it's the second, but it's the first real one. So we were 496 miles, statute miles, from that point. The POH says that we should be traveling 323 miles per hour true. So I'm going to grab my E6B, and here we go. So we want to go 496 miles, setting a rate at 323 miles an hour. So if we means 1 hour we go 323 miles, and I want to know we go 496 miles. Looks like 92. So add 92 minutes to 2017. And I'm showing that at 21:49 we're going to sight Papua New Guinea. So hopefully that's the case. Our current time is, I'm going to assume that's 20:55. So we have about 55 minutes to go. And this is normally when I'd be doing stuff out the wazoo. And I can't because I don't have the bubble sextant. So let's keep going with my navigation procedures. It says, at any time you should know during the flight fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour. At 15,000 feet, oh, we're descending. Coming up. At 15,000 feet and 37 inches of manifold pressure, 2,400 RPM, the POH says that we were supposed to get 172 gallons per hour, and confirmed that's what I used in the flight plan. Yes, I used 172 gallons per hour. Okay. By the way, these instructions that I'm getting are from the World War II navigation manual. Total usable non-reserve fuel. Okay, let's calculate that, shall we? We've used let's see what the nav log said. We're going to assume that we've used 10 gallons in taxi, and we've used 26 gallons to fly. So we started with 630 usable gallons, and we've burned 36 so far. So that leaves us with 594 gallons at top of the climb. And we've gone, it looks like 50... We're at 57 minutes now. So we've gone 57 minutes. From that. So here comes the E6B again. We are burning 172 gallons per hour. So I'm going to rotate it, the inner wheel, so that the 60 ring. And there are online E6Bs that you guys can use if you want to follow along. I am rotating the inner 60 triangle rate to the outer scale of 172 gallons per hour. And then on the inner ring, I'm looking for 57 minutes, and on the outer ring, I'm going to read 164 gallons. So I'm going to subtract 164 from 594. Which means, as of the time that I asked, we were at 430 gallons of fuel. So that's how much usable fuel we have left in the tank. Let's see what other interesting things we can do. Amount of fuel consumed. Okay, well that's easy. That's 630 minus 430. Exactly 200 gallons of fuel consumed. Amount of fuel remaining less reserve. Well, we're holding 50 gallons in reserve. So if there's 430 gallons left in the tank, subtract another 50 means that there's 380 gallons to go. The amount of fuel remaining with reserve, well, for that, we just add it back in again. That's what we calculated as 430. Distance flown, that's an interesting one. So, at top of climb, we knew our position, at least with some reasonable accuracy. And that was at 2017. We're at 2057. So we've gone 40 minutes at 300. Let's see what the POH said. 300. I shouldn't be reading this from the POH. I should be reading this from our nav log. 355. So I'm going to rotate the inner wheel so that the 60 lines up with the 355 on the E6 wheel. And on the inner ring, I'm going to read 40. The outer ring corresponds with 236. So I've flown 236 miles plus 35 statue miles to climb, which means our grand total is 271 statue miles. Our distance remaining, well, that's easy. If I go to the nav log here, we have a total distance of 692 minus 271 leaves 421 miles to run. Let's see what else we can do here. Interpolated position. Well, that's easy. I just come to Google Earth and draw out 271 miles along the course. And that's statue miles. Okay, so in case you're curious, current depth is 4,394 feet, which is, that's over 1,000 meters, so it's bathypelagic. There could be a giant squid under us. That's always very reassuring. Is it possible to return to home base? Oh, well, we haven't talked about any of that yet. Let's go to the Celestial tab. We can't update this numbers because we can't get a Celestial fix. But, one engine out Townsville is at 2126 Zulu. Our time currently should be just after 2100 Zulu. And I really hate how you can't hide this gun sight. It's really annoying. You can hide the yoke, but not the gun sight. I think the best bet is no, I can't move the camera here. Can't move the camera either here. That doesn't do anything. So I'm gonna have to do that. Alright, so current time is 21:02. And we have a go no-go poll for one engine out Townsville at 21:26. We've already lost an engine, so if this were real life, I'd be like, no, turn me around. So the only thing, other than the clock, not working right and being partially hidden, although it did kind of look like the outer hand may have incremented. I don't know. Other than that, look at what happens when I try to move the heading indicator. It won't calibrate, which is frustrating as heck, because I need that to navigate. So, without that, we're assuming one engine out Townsville is going to be at minutes 26. And that gives us 5 minutes to check over the system. And at that point, we're one engine out Townsville. We should still be able to see land at this point. It's going to be out the left wing just behind. It's kind of really hard to see, but I think I do see some land there. Keep in mind, the numbers I was using assume a perfectly clear sky, so, all those numbers I was like, oh, 5.2 degrees, yeah, if it's a perfectly clear sky, which it probably isn't. Alright, let's figure out which one of these guys moves. Alright, not that one. Which means that's our compass. Doesn't move either. Alright, one of you guys has to be my heading adjusts, or we're going to have some serious issues. I also haven't done much research into this to okay, that. I haven't done much research into this aircraft to see if it's something that maybe is turned off that needs to be turned on, or if it doesn't work. I haven't checked forums because guys, I wasn't expecting to use this plane for this journey. I just wasn't prepared for that. You know, it does concern me that we've been burning fuel and it still shows us as having full tanks. And I'm on the mains, and I believe that's simulated. So we've only got 90 gallons, and then we have to switch. Like, we didn't used to have to switch on the old system. Let's see, our oxygen is still nice and high, which is good. So yeah, I can try pressing D. Okay, D sets this lower guy, so I'm wondering if this lower guy that's supposed to be a standby compass, well, the upper thing is the standby compass. I wonder if the standby compass is simulated as our actual compass, and then the bottom one, which is supposed to be the true compass, is simulated as the heading indicator. And that means this guy, oh my god, this guy, we may have been going way off course. That's concerning. But I got a legitimate excuse. You know, I haven't used this plane, and the only reason I'm using it is because it's now my lifeboat, because the other one just freaking crashed all the time. So if that's the case, we're heading eastbound at 20 degrees instead of like 3 degrees. That will still land us at Papua New Guinea, but we're going to have a much longer flight. So, I don't know what the right answer is, guys. I haven't spent enough time with this plane to know which is which and how things work. I'm going to do some research while we're just kind of sitting here in the sky to see if this thing has any issues. I think this does. I think because it is a payware product. Like I did pay a serious amount of money to purchase this thing. So I think that means you can open tech support tickets. But I'm just going to search and see if this is a common problem. The good thing is, like, even if I can't get it to work, the D key will still perform the function that I need, but it does it automatically, which is kind of annoying because it's not simulating as it would be in real life. You have to do it manually by yourself, and you have no idea whether it works or not. Less clouds tend to mean more water because there's more absorption and less thermals, so this is a clue to me that we are drifting east, which I am half expecting. That'll be our test for the journey is that compass or heading. If the heading indicator is the compass, then we'll be on course. If the compass is the heading, we'll be pretty far off course. I'm actually surprised for paying $60 that they don't provide you with like some simulator, like in the simulator checklists. Although I think I still have the download, so I can access it on the library. There we go. So I installed this thing not even a month ago. Oh shoot, it's a .exe. I don't have it. Okay, well, never mind that. The only thing I can really do is just start tweaking as much as I can and just seeing what does what. So this, I assume, is a direction you want to follow. That will be good in helping us stay on target. That doesn't do anything. Clicking doesn't do anything. Now it says heading adjust, but it doesn't do squat. Like I'm turning it and it's not doing anything. Right clicking doesn't do anything either. Yep, that moves this thing. It looks like it only moves in 10-degree increments. Let's see, we got starters, we got lights. Generators are running. Let's see, none of our circuit breakers tripped here. You know, this might be a nav radio. Yeah, it's a nav radio. I don't know what the beacons were in the 1940s, so I'm not going to use that. Let's see, oxygen is working. Oh, you know what? The pressure might be down a little bit. It might be working. Yeah, it really concerns me that the fuel tank indicator is not dropping. I guess I probably want to time that, right? So we've been flying for like an hour. So we've burned 200 gallons, which means if it was simulated, we might be running out by now. These guys are oil dilution, I think. Yeah. Not exactly sure what those do. I'm gonna have to check the POH to figure that out. This thing. Oh, that's Magneto's. I don't want to touch that. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I really don't know how to use that heading indicator. Looks like the two compasses are all we get. Although as a pilot, I really want to stick an in-op sticker on that heading indicator if it's not going to work for me. Man, oh man, starting to want to use the bubble sextant. Don't know if I can or can't see Australia. I guess I should probably save too, just in case. Nothing on the horizon yet. Alright, let's get another time hack here. Oh snap, it's 21:20. So we have about half an hour to sight Papua New Guinea. Yeah. let's see, for distance. Oh yeah, we definitely can't see Australia now. We are most decidedly out of visual range of Australia. Which means this is a good place to use the bubble sextant. You know, this is the kind of situation where it's really, 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 really useful. So because I haven't been flying this plane much, I'm going to go through the descent checklists now, so that I know what to do. So descent, 15 inches manifold pressure, prop governor, 1600 RPM, fuel pumps, fuel boost pumps off below 12,000 feet. They are right there. Landing, fuel selectors all. I can't do all, so I think it's supposed to be the fuller tank. Wait, no, that's a moon. It's supposed to be, I want to say it's reserved for landing. Fuel boost pumps, turn them on once we prepare for landing. Prop governors, pull those back to 2600. Mixture control, make sure that's an auto rich. Establish 175 miles per hour. Landing light, I'm going to set that. I'm going to turn that on. Throttles, bring back to 15 inches. Establish 150 miles an hour. Flaps down. Okay, flaps up to the yoke. That's it. Literally everything is done from the yoke except for the fuel boost pumps, which, oh, thank goodness they're not making that stupid sound. Like, it's actually silent. You can't tell that they're on or off, which is really nice. Other than, you know, the boost and fuel pressure that you get from them. So yeah. Oh yes, the oxygen is coming down. So we're going to have to consider that on some of our longer legs. It comes down a lot slower than it does at 30,000 feet, I can tell you that much. So 15,000, yeah, we're going to have to figure out how fast that comes down at 30,000. So even though this is a slightly different bird, I don't think I'm going to have any problems running the descent landing checklist. The only thing I know from my maybe 2 landings that I've done with this is she tends to drag her tail a lot more, which means that in landing, I have to very carefully mind the angle that I pitch back at. Because if I pitch back too far, I'm going to get a tail strike. It kind of really sucks that we're not really doing that much, because this is the kind of time that I could seriously be using that that bubble sextant. So what we would do is we would take our sight on the sun, and because the sun is almost directly abeam us, it works really well for determining whether we're off course or not. And this is the fear that you get if you can't get a bubble sextant reading. You just don't know. You just follow your heading indicator, and then it's, you know, which one is it? You know, is it the one that says north, or is it the one that doesn't say north? It's really, really, really scary. But like I said, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna get a bubble sextant, and right now we would be able to get a very easy, clear shot. We could probably get to within 5 miles of the course. And I don't care about speed because we're not burning that much fuel. I only care about cross track. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is for shutdown and for the next startup, I'm going to show those procedures. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't, because it's going to take me too long to fiddle around with the device. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. Jeez, it's really bugging me that we're still showing full fuel, and our tanks are set to go on push to check low fuel level in outer wing tanks. Oh, that's handy. Doesn't look like anything's going on. So I think the idea is you press that button and it lights up red when you're really close to being empty on the drop tanks. I'm not 100% sure though. Because like I said, you know, this is an L, I'm used to a J. Yeah, so we're both on main tanks. So I guess that function's not going to do anything anyway with doing that. Also, it's weird. There's like no cutoff either. You can do outer wing tank, main, reserve. I guess this is off emergency, but then you can't turn the drop tanks completely off. Yeah, one of those guys should be coming down. And it should be the bottom one, which is the main tanks, because that's what we're on. We're on the mains, not the reserves. Or the drop tanks. And I think you actually have to select drop tank before you can do that. Very strange. I'm going to miss the rainbow-colored canopy of the other plane. There were some really nice things that I liked about it. One thing was the sound. The other, although this sound pack's not bad. And the other thing too is the you know, the colorful top, and it just looked really cool. Alright, so we'll probably, actually we would know for sure, 2017, yeah, we've hit Talk 1 by now, so I'm going to look at the next leg and change my heading. New compass heading says 358, okay, so it's going to bring us back a little bit more this way. Yeah, and I have no idea what the winds are doing to us, which is really scary. I mean, as long as we don't go due east, and I mean, we've got the sun. The sun will tell us if we're going due east or not. As long as we're not going due east, we shouldn't have to worry about making land. If we go due east, we're going out into the deep Coral Sea, and then we're in serious trouble. So new heading is 3 fighting. Okay, it's minutes 33. So we've got about 16 minutes until we are going to start really trying to sight land in Papua New Guinea. I guess what I'm going to do too is look at my aiming radius and see how that compares to with what I need to get at Robertson Caruso, and I would let you guys know if we extrapolated that distance out, would we have made it, yes or no. I'm really skeptical that we're going to get within 5 degrees of where we need to be, but we might. I think we can go way off, yeah, we can actually go past 30 degrees and it should still be okay. And unfortunately, I can't use my waypoint of TOC 1 because we still don't know exactly where we are, so we're still using TOC. We've been going now for, let's see, we're at 21:45, about an hour and 20 minutes. So looking at the 80 on the gauge, we would have gone about 475 miles. We should be very close to being able to sight land at Papua New Guinea. This is always the scariest part of the journey, because, you know, if you don't sight land, that's when you start, you know, your heart rate starts to increase. You're like, where is it? You know, and you've only got so long before you run out of fuel. We're in a good position right now, so if I ran out of fuel and had to ditch on this first leg, I don't think I'd retry, because that would be just so much of a personal embarrassment where it's like, yeah, you're not that tight. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can strike an azimuth off the sun. I didn't think about that. I might be able to do this manually. So we're at 12, I think we're at 12:22 and 149 east, if we're off. 12 degrees, 22 minutes, and just about exactly 149 east. Okay. And our current time is 21:37 UTC. So the sun is going to be at 23 degrees up, and the azimuth is going to be Yeah, because the sun is far in the southern hemisphere. This is summer. 106 degrees. Yeah, 106.5 degrees. Okay. So we'll just go straight out from our current, what's our heading? If we are at 355, then straight out would be 85 degrees. Except it's magnetic, so we got to convert first. So we're following magnetic. The correction is 7 east. So it's a 7 east correction. Then that means true is less than what we're saying. So yeah, so true is going to be about 350. If I say it's 350, then straight off the beam would be 80 degrees. The sun is not at 80 degrees, or is here 75 degrees. It's at 106 degrees, which means we are 30 degrees off, and I am convinced. So that's enough information for me. I'm going to turn. Hopefully we're going the right way now. I'm going to note the point, what do we call this thing? Point. Let's call it point sun is not stupid. Because I am and the sun isn't. Point sun is not stupid is located at 12 south, 20 minutes, 12 degrees, 20 minutes south, and 149 degrees, 6 minutes east. And we were at that point at 21:40. So I think I know where we are now because I was able to perform that sight off the sun. Yeah, that's what I would expect for traveling southeast, or for the sun being in the southeast, which it is. So I think that's where we are. So that gives me a new baseline point. We need to travel 42 miles. And at our current speed, 42 miles will take about 7 minutes. So at our new time to sight land is at 21:47, which is almost the same. And that's what I was talking about, where this route is very forgiving. Where we make landfall, because Papua New Guinea is a very large island. I think it's one of the largest islands, to be honest. I think it's like number 12. Okay, it's the island of New Guinea. Oh my gosh, second. It's the second largest island. Oh, that's cool. There's a neat little Wikipedia page that shows the different adjust this guy now that I know. Alright, that's a little bit too far that we're going at now. Although, I mean, we are course correcting, so I guess, you know what, I'm just going to leave it. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. There's a cool Dymaxion world map on Wikipedia that shows like the different continental land masses as well as their ranks in Roman numerals. So 1 is Afro-Eurasia, and 2 is the Americas, and 3 is Antarctica, and then it goes in order of island size. So first is Greenland, second is the island of New Guinea, third is Borneo. So, yeah, we're going to have serious issues if we can't make the second largest island on Earth. Because, you know what, I don't know what the smallest island we're going to hit is. But I know Robinson Crusoe is quite small. It is, yeah, it's 9 miles across. So we're going to have to seriously fix things up. We're going to hit an island that's 9 miles across when we're trying to hit one that's 1,322 miles across. It's literally over 100 times larger. Still nothing yet. I'm expecting to get it out the left window first. Let's move this guy over to our course correction. And we'll use it for its true purpose, which is to keep the needle centered between the lines. And that tells you whether or not you're still on course. And when we're not making sharp course corrections like way out here, like I said, she's a foot flyer. Just use your feet to make these tiny little corrections. Alright. We're not flying IFR, but to do a quick briefing, we're going to come straight in and we're going to aim for runway 32 right. Again, we're doing this with no comms. We have a 4-channel comm system, so we might be able to, like for example, if I press this one, it sets the radio to like 128.3. But, you know, turn it back on. If it's not one of those 4 buttons, we're not communicating. And to be honest, I don't know what the, I don't know, there might be a config file where you can actually pre-program that, because what would have to happen is, the radio equipment is behind my head. It's that big box in the back behind my head. You can use that. What would happen is in the past, the folks running, preparing, the ground crew would open that up and manually program it. My guess is it would use a punch card, because that's how old electronics were programmed back then. But you could preset on the ground the frequencies to use. Oh man, the sky's looking really beautiful now. Deep, deep blue. planet Earth is beautiful. In fact, right now it probably looks a lot like planet Neptune. And, you know, that's not far off, because Neptune is ocean, right? So you got your methane clouds and methane haze up there, and deeper down you have the darkness that is the interior of an ice giant. Really nice. Don't know if I see it, don't know if I don't. I'm getting pretty close to the... maybe not. Our sighting is 2147 to 2149. This is it. This should be right around where we start to sight Papua New Guinea. That's assuming we have a clear view to the horizon, which we don't. There's actually quite a lot of enemies right now. And, oh no, because we're course correcting, we're going to spot it out the right window. I need to be looking out the right window. I think I might see something, actually. It kind of lines up with the clouds. I'm actually using my hands like binoculars right now to sort of like filter out other places, like other light sources. I think I might see it. Yeah, I think I definitely see something. Alright, let me do another fuel hack. So we're turning the dial again to 172 gallons per hour. And we've been flying in this cruise mode for 2149, so we've been up here an hour and a half, so I need to look at 90. So we would burn 260 off of 594. So I think we have 334 gallons left on board. I don't know what's going on with our fuel tank position. Because if we were using any one tank, the largest tank that we have are the drop tanks. Those would be running out. Let's see, we burned 200 gallons. Those have about 350, so we have more time. Alright, am I crazy or is that actually land? I think I might be crazy. I still can't get a solid fix. Oh, yeah, oxygen. Almost a fifth. Okay, I'm going to write that information down. So at 15,000 feet, or we'll say we switched over an hour from now. O2 dropped from 500 to 420. So that's telling us that we've got 6 hours of air. me look it up in the POH and see if that's right for 15,000 feet. Oxygen. There are 3 oxygen bottles in your airplane, 2 in the left boom and 1 in the right. The bottles are filled to a pressure of 400 to 450 psi. This gives you more than a 6-hour supply of oxygen at 30,000 feet. So maybe we just use constant flow. If we're constant flow and we use the same amount of oxygen at 15,000 feet, which then we would at 30,000 feet, which is a little bit suspicious, then I think we're okay. Because if it takes 6 hours, our last leg is going to last, time of flight estimate, 6.6 hours. Might be kind of close. I don't know. We're going to have to see on the next leg is 3 hours long. We'll have to see on that one. Nothing comes close to it until we get to Kon-Tiki. So I do not know. Starting to get really concerned that I'm not seeing land yet. I need to keep track of how long I've been correcting forward, because I don't want to overcorrect. This is Dead Reckoning at its finest here, and it's scary as hell. Okay, 352 miles per hour, and we've been going for about 10 minutes at this speed, so we've gone 60 miles. That's right, 6 miles per minute. 60 miles at 337. That's just right, what I believe to be right on track for our destination. I think we're okay. The sun is still where it's supposed to be. Yeah, we should be able to sight land about 45 degrees off. I really do like that compass design. Like, even though I can't use it as a heading indicator in terms, which is a little bit annoying, straight and level flight, oh my gosh, it's super easy. I don't have to pay attention to where the stupid little needle is, because I can just look and instantly know, are we still on target? And I think this one you can set to 1 degree of precision, and it looks like the needle keep about plus or minus 5 degrees, which is exactly what we need to hit Robinson Crusoe. So that's actually perfect. Alright, I see something funny with the horizon. Right there. It's about 40 degrees off. And I might see a bay. Okay, I'm going to keep that in sight. Okay, so if that is land, we're seeing landfall, and this is what's important, is as soon as the navigator knows where he is again, he needs to take the time and mark the exact position. Okay, 47:57. So if that's land, we're 10 minutes late for sighting. Still seeing the funny. So at our current speed, 10 minutes means that we are 60 miles behind. So as of 21:57, possible land indicates 60 miles behind, and I don't know laterally where we are yet. I think I see mountains. I think that's the Owen Stanley range that I see. That's good. Yep, I'm seeing it spread. Yep, lots of uneven bumps. Okay, land ho. Good. Very happy about that. So, all I need to do is head towards the mountains, and this flight will end okay. As long as I, very gently put the plane down before actually reaching the mountains. That's a pretty high range. I think there's some mountains that are going to clip us if we're not careful. Yeah, we're heading towards this really high mountain, but it's not showing up on the board. 13.3. There's another one in the Mayoki Mountains. And that's wow, that's got ice. Ice at 4 degrees south. Beautiful. Oh yeah, that's at 15.7. That would cause impact. We're not heading towards it though, and it's, to be honest, we'll probably actually run out of fuel before we even reach it. And I've been mentally preparing for the engine out checklist just in case there's something weird going on with how the fuel was configured when I changed the simulation, because I didn't do the startup checklists. So I confirmed both fuel pumps are on, mixture and auto rich, throttle, I can't remember if it's closed or open, so we'll try both. And then you switch the engine, make sure that the feathering switch is off, windmill the engine up at high speed, roughly 300 miles per hour is preferred, and then hit the, and you don't even need to hit the start switch because a windmilling engine should not require a start switch to be active. To start trying to see if I can identify some of these mountains here. So it looks like we might be 30 degrees off from the highest ones, which I can see on Google Earth. That would indicate that we are right on track for our destination. So as long as I don't move the compass, this would have been done by dead reckoning alone, which means that my decision for determining whether or not we would have made it to Robinson Crusoe is still valid until we make a change based on some observations. If I hit the D key, it's going to set the heading indicator. Yeah, see, so that's what should be the normal compass indicator. The what looks to be the heading indicator does absolutely nothing. So there's like almost no way to trust it. I don't know. Maybe the heading indicator is behaving as like a backup compass, but even then, it's still wrong. I think it's still drifting. Alright, on the O2 front, that's about 400, so O2 from 500 to 400. We've been in this plane for, I don't know how long we've been in here now. Let's say we switched it like 10 minutes after the top, 20:30, so that's after 93 minutes. So 93 minutes uses a fifth. So we got 1.5 times 5. Let's see, 1.5. Can't math. I'm going to use the slide rule. Yeah. What is 1.5 times 5? So 1.5 times 5 is 4.5. I'm doing this right. No, that would be times 3. been a while since I've used one of these, unfortunately, so but whatever. We'll look that one up later. E6B or 1.5. Seven and a half. Okay, so 7.5 hours of oxygen would get us to, that would get us through our long flight at 30,000 feet, again, assuming that the use is constant. Hopefully it is. Alright, let's see how far we are from point Sun is not an idiot. Sun is not stupid. Looks like about 10, 20... Current time is 21:10, no, 22:10. And that point was at 21:40, so we've traveled half an hour at what we assume is 352 miles an hour, but there's no telling. Solid. 52 gallons for half an hour. So distance. 52 gallons for half an hour. We traveled 180 miles from that point. So I'm thinking that we aren't where we were expecting that we were. We've got mountains right in front of us now, so we know that we're good. But by the calculation that I just ran, if we were at Sun is not stupid, when I said we traveled half an hour, we would have gone 180 miles, which means we would be making landfall right now. So we got off before the landfall. I'm going to play around with the slide rule in the meantime. I love how smooth the simulation's been so far. I haven't had any issues with crashes so far. Yeah, I know those are famous last words. Yeah, I don't know about this whole slide rule thing. It's surprising, because I actually watched a video about slide rules not too long ago, and I know the principle of operation. You know, it's because, what is it, natural log of xy to the n is equal to n xy. You know, that's why slide rules work, and yet I can't figure out how to use one. So what I'm doing now is the process of trying to identify where I am. I'm looking at the bays to try to figure out where we are here. Also look at land, so I think that's there's a mountain out that way, which should make sense if we're at 60 degrees, and then there should be kind of like a little bit of a river and a bay coming in. It's kind of hard to tell. That might be, it's kind of shaped like a flag. That might be the river I'm looking for. And there's going to be like a crescent-shaped beach. And then a point. As far as celestial navigation goes, today's been a disaster. Like, I can't even set up my LOP because, like I said, I don't have access to the bubble section anymore. But at least I got one, I did get one site. And I think that was my minimum goal for success. Not that I would have turned around, I just would have been like, you'd better fix that. Okay, I think I can see an island of an island, so that helps. Having an own separate island that's offset from the main island definitely clues you into location. Because there's only so many of them. Starting to see a lot more detail now. Okay, there's some sort of bay. Okay, I think I might have a position fix. So if I'm right, that water body is Orangery Bay. There's a peninsula that comes down, and then this island over here is Bona Bona Island. That's all Orangey Bay, and then or Orangery Bay. Then there's another little bay there, and then a bigger bay. Tabiribo, and then another bay that's labeled Amazon B or something. I don't exactly understand that. And then there's another beach, and then a peninsula. The only thing is we should be able to see Lompum Island. There should be 2 islands down there. I do like it that it's shaped diagonal. Continuing further down, this is some point. Looks like Magalbo. I don't exactly know how to pronounce these names. But regardless, I want to say that we are east of where we need to be. I see a little bit of a hill too, and I can use that to aid in my identification. Yeah, there should be a pretty big hill. I think I know where we are. I think that's exactly where we are. And then the island, the diamond island that I'm looking up is Mailu, I think. One of the things that I'm best at or that people often tell me I'm best at, so in other words, like the thing that I do best is recognizing geographical shapes. Like my geographical shape recognition is usually pretty good. Yep, the more I look, the more I'm cementing my choice of where I think we are. Yep, that's Bona Bona, and then there's a peninsula that sticks out. And then there should be a river behind Mailu. Yes. Yeah, okay, that's enough information for me. So I know where we are now, and all I gotta do is just plot it straight on the chart. Our LOP intercept, all we gotta do is follow the coast 283 true, and I need to convert to magnetic on here, which is -6. So subtract east. 283 -6 equals 277. So we want to head for magnitude of 277, and we're basically going to turn to go along the coast here. Oh, hello. Fuel gauges, look alive. Fuel gauges are coming down. I'm guessing that probably means that we burned through our bay tanks. If I turn on that little light, oh yes, She's lit up. Bay tanks are empty. Okay, so I'm gonna write down that information too, because that gives us a true fuel level. So we have at 2226 at 2226 Zulu, fuel is externally empty. Reserve tanks what is that? 35, yeah, we'll say 37 by 37. And the next one is the main tanks are still showing 99. Okay. I don't think it matters that much anyway, because, you know, we're basically going right alongside Papua New Guinea. And we could probably find just about any airport down there would work for us. I've landed on a runway that's 2,200 feet long with this plane, not this airplane, but with P38J. So I'm showing 108 miles, and at our current speed of 352 and 108 miles, that will be 18.12. 18.2. So LOP intercept in 18 minutes from now, which is 22:28. Yeah, see that middle hand's been stuck at the 12 for like ever. At 22:46, we'll be at LOP intercept. Continuing to navigate here. Here's our river coming down. This technique of also following this heading should also have us landfall at the LOP intercept. So, to answer the question, would we have made it to Robinson Crusoe? Well, we've flown about flown about 600 miles, and we were off track by 110 miles. So that means the error angle, well, we can actually directly observe the error angle. Yeah, the error angle was 8 degrees. This means that if we did not use the sextant, the bubble sextant, we would have missed Robinson Crusoe with such a high error. Whoops, I don't want to adjust that. I want to adjust this. We would have flown past Robinson Crusoe with so much error that we would have never seen it, and we probably would have run out of fuel. Now, I know what you're thinking, it's really close to South America. Well, here's the thing. We don't have enough fuel to make Robinson Crusoe and then South America. If we miss Robinson Crusoe, that's it. We're gonna lose fuel half an hour after, which is like 1/3 of the distance we need to get to South America. So, I'll say it. I will say it. We gotta fix this before we get to Robinson Crusoe. All we got to do is just edit the panel.cfg so that we can actually get the bubble sextant. Okay, I'm showing 80 miles from LOP intercept. Actually, correction, 93 miles. I didn't have that plotted correctly. Alright, and the other thing too, besides the bubble section, is I absolutely have to drill into my head. Do not pay attention to what looks like the heading indicator, because it is off, off, off. That's why it really bugs me in error simulation how these gauges can be pre-packaged like .exes so that they're proprietary, but it's really frustrating because in real life you can place an in-op sticker on anything, and I would love to place an in-op sticker on that. I might have to do a flight off camera with this plane, just trying out the checklist, just making sure I can get through them okay. It's kind of really annoying, but I guess I gotta do that. Because the other plane just will not cooperate, and as you can see, it's like night and day. Okay, you might be able to see way up on the left side, to the left of the gun sight, there's a long peninsula. That's our LOP intercept. That's where we were trying to make landfall. Doing another fuel check. It is 22:36. Flying in cruise since top of climb 2017. So that's, what, 2 hours, 20 minutes? Means we burned 350 gallons. Off of our 594, which means we have 244 remaining, and with reserve 194, which means we have a little bit more than 1 hour of fuel, which should get us about 300 some miles. But we're okay because we're almost at the point at the beginning of descent. Glad I have those boarding placards there because I don't think the other plane had them. Flying visually here just to try to get my LOP intercept lined up again so that we can get back on the flight plan. Because once we do that, I'm going to know exactly how much fuel we're going to burn to the destination. Okay, new estimate is about 53 miles from LOP intercept, which is obviously not going to be a line of position intercept anymore. Okay, we're currently 31 miles from LOP intercept. When we get to LOP intercept, we're going to want to turn to 322. I keep reading the wrong column. 316. Whoa, we're below 300 PSI already? That doesn't sound right. It's like in 15 minutes we went down 100 PSI. Well, if it has a non-linear response, I don't know how oxygen tanks work, but if it's adiabatic, that's not good, because that basically means that we're almost through an oxygen supply, and I need long-term oxygen to be able to fly at 30,000 feet. So I mean, bring more bottles, sure, but I just need to make sure that the simulation won't end if we run out of oxygen. I need to stay up there so that I can see. Like I can't be flying around low. I mean, I could, but then no, I can't, because then I can't get the winds that I need. I need to be up high to, number one, get the winds, and number two, be able to see where I'm going. Okay, just about 15 miles to go. Okay, I'm going to take down our current time plus maybe 1 minute. So that's, yeah, 47. 22:47 at LOP intersect. Okay. Now we're going to turn onto our heading. We're back on our flight plan, so this is where we want to be. We're turning to 316 degrees. And in 2 minutes, we're going to reach our beginning of descent point. Which again, hopefully it works out, because like I said, I did my descent research on the J, not the L. Okay, at beginning of descent, our path changes to 315 degrees, but we're not going to be able to tell 1 degree apart. And we need to actually start lining up the runway anyway, so we just won't worry about that. So at 22:49, we're going to execute the descent checklist. It's 22:49. Let's execute the descent checklist. Okay, descent throttles 15 inches manifold pressure. And we're going to bring the prop governors to 1600 RPM. Fuel boost pumps off below 12,000 feet. I'm going to keep an eye on our airspeed too. I don't want us to load up on speed. And it looks like the winds are a little bit off. We're drifting. We want to head more straight down the coast. Okay, there's 12,000 feet. Let's go ahead and turn the oxygen supply off. We don't need it anymore at this point. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why it resets there. And fuel boost pumps, we can turn those guys off. We'll turn them back on coming into landing. looks like we are descending just a little bit faster, so I'm going to bring us up to about 20. And our runway is going to be 32 right. So all we got to do is follow the coastline, follow the bay, and that will take us almost straight into 32 right. Okay, I think I can see the town of Sabuia down there. That means we got 20 miles to go, and we've descended more than half our distance, so... yeah, might be a difference between simulation models here that were simulated. It's kind of really annoying that the aircraft wasn't fitted with fuel flow gauges so that you could make, better fuel calculations. But one of the things that I've come to understand about how World War II was fought is they didn't trust their individuals to be able to make calculations. They always wanted them to use standard operating procedures, slide rules, things like that. They did not want them to do their own arithmetic, which is... it's robust because it allows someone without a mathematical background to do it, but it's also frustrating for someone like me who, given enough data and, I will stop the airplane on a dime kind of, thing, because I can always overanalyze it. Alright, I'm good with leveling off here. Okay, so Baracao is 14 miles out. Okay, below us now is Tabun Surya, and we're about 10 miles to go. We'll overfly the field and take a look at what we got here. I figured the bay we'd be flying over would be a lot larger, but maybe not. Let's bring up the card here. ANPY is it? Oh yes. Yes, that is it. That's the runway we want. Okay, that's fine. We'll just enter a traffic pattern. Set this guy up for the runway. There we go. Okay, landing checklist. Fuel selectors all. Fuel booster pumps on. Propeller governors 2600 RPM. Mixture control auto rich. And we'll go onto our downwind leg here. Alright, speed established 175 miles per hour. Okay, it's daytime and we're in a World War II fighter, so we won't fiddle with the landing light. There we go, landing gear down. Okay, now in real life, on the nacelle, you could see the wheel in a reflection. Let's see, we've got a warning light, so I'm guessing that means it's unsafe. Maybe it needs a little more hydraulic pressure. Well, it looks like it's out. Speed established 150 miles per hour. Let's try that again. Hopefully that's a warning light as in it's out and not a there's a problem with it. Alright, we seriously need to get our speed down. Okay, we're gonna turn final now. We want 3-2 right, not 3-2 left. Okay, once landing is assured, flaps down. Come in at 130 and aim to go over the fence at 110. She's not dropping like the other one. There we go. There we go. Wow. Yeah, that's what the flaps on this thing does. Not too much, don't want to tail strike. I think I was carrying just a little bit too much speed there. You shouldn't use the brakes unless you absolutely have to. Also, my viewpoint wasn't nearly high enough. Okay, so we're good. Doesn't look like we're going to have to apply the brakes really at all. Okay, now where's the fuel box? Okay, after landing, flaps up. Fuel boost pumps off. Prop governor full forward. Coolant shutters full open. I think this one the automatics are simulated. Because I think these are the override switches here. Yeah, cooler override. Those are handled on their own. So that's a difference of the checklist between the last one and this one. We didn't use landing lights or recognition lights, so both of those are off. So we're good. Now we just need to find that fuel tank so that we can end this thing. Oh yeah, I should also write the time of landing down. Looks like about 12 after. 23:12. So we flew about an hour longer than what we were expecting. So this is about the length of our next leg of flight that we're doing. And you know, like I said, I'm okay with that because I didn't have the opportunity to use my bubble sextant. So, you know, obviously that's a problem, but I can't scold myself for navigating wrong because I didn't have it. Now, one thing is that I didn't learn what the heading indicator is in this plane and what the compass is in this plane. That's what happens when you spend 200 hours and attach yourself to that thing, and then as soon as I start recording, it's a joke. Oh, that's it. Glad, I almost missed that. Okay, now watch the fuel gauges on the left, the lower left, when we pull up to the fuel tank. The reason we stop at these fuel tanks is because, as you can see, well, as you will see, you get replenished. There they go. Fuel gauge is coming back up again. Okay, folks, this is pretty much the end. I'm going to run through the quick stopping engines checklist, and then that'll be the end of the video. So throttle 1600 RPM for just a few seconds to let some impurities burn out. Only 1600. Okay, return them back to 1200, mixture idle cutoff. Throttle open when firing stops, and when propellers stop rotating. We're going to turn the magnetos off. And master magneto switch off. Cockpit heat off, off. What did that say? Gun heat? Yeah, well, I forgot. We switched planes, so now we got that. Okay. Anyway, coolant shutters. We'll just check and make sure that those are closed. Yep, they're closed. We're good. Turn the inverter off. Or, in other words, AC inverter. Generators off. I'm going to have to lower the seat a little bit here for that. Okay, generators off. Panel light, that's off. Battery off. And fuel selector we'll put in the drop tank position. Okay, guys, we're done. At least the first leg. So we're on the world's second largest island, Papua New Guinea, and leg 1 is complete. The next leg will be from here to Guadalcanal. I've been Dr. Aeronautics, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.